through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are returning to Silent Hill. Now, last time we reached a new area of the town, more specifically a new building, the hospital. As we followed the little girl whom we are trying to save from all the dangers lurking around. But as we try to explore the seemingly abandoned corridors of the hospital, we learn about all the people who suffered within its walls. So let's see how the tale continues. Let's go over to the game. Of course, I need my controller for that. As always, I am certainly looking forward to spending another 4 hours in this lovely remake. And I hope that we will get at least a few steps closer to the truth that we seek in Silent Hill. The menu still looks pretty much unchanged, my bad. Chained? I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't be surprised if we encountered an enemy wearing chains. It would fit the aesthetic. But for the time being, our newest enemy is the nurse. And I'm rather confused about their designs, I have to say, especially their heads. But maybe we will learn more about them right as we hit continue. And here we are. Now, last stream got a bit chaotic as I was trying to make my way through the streets of Silent Hill, and unfortunately I did miss a few areas because I happened to go through the gate that led to the next part of the game, and unfortunately this game doesn't really allow backtracking. It's more of a linear old school game, which I can appreciate, but it makes exploring everything during the first playthrough a bit more challenging. But hey, that's alright. We will return to this game later or sooner anyway. So we entered the Brookhaven Hospital, which has apparently 4 floors. We have a basement, most of which we already explored. We restarted a generator there to get the elevator working again. Then we have the first floor where we started. The second floor, which we checked out mostly. And we have the third floor, which at the moment is logged out of our accessible areas. Well, for the time being, we will hopefully find a way to open those doors and reach the little girl, Laura. If she will still be there, that is. But we have many puzzles at the same time to solve. You can see the combination lock on the left. We have the X-ray viewer. They are probably connected. We also have the locked doors here that would allow us to reach new areas. We have to go to the treatment room, but that is also closed, I think with a code. One of the doors has a keypad on it, if I'm not mistaken. And even here we have a drain which hides an item from us, but we can't quite reach it. So we have to solve all of these little puzzles to progress. Now, while we were exploring the hospital looking for Laura, Maria felt unwell and decided to rest in one of the patient's room. You can see that is C5. James really nicely marked it with the letter M. But that means we are once again alone, and we have plenty of work to do. Now, interestingly, when we entered this building, it was rather sunny outside, almost able to pierce through the ever-present fog of Silent Hill. I think for the first time in the game, really. But after we descended into the basement and managed to restart the generator, by the time we rode the elevator up, the weather changed and now it is raining and dark outside. A rather ominous sign that things will get worse. Now, one thing that I want to focus on today is the memos we are collecting, because we found something rather interesting. One of the puzzles, I think the main puzzle in the hospital, is in the director's office with a hand and a safe. And onto that hand we have to place the bracelets of 3 patients. Now, these 3 patients are not just any, but crucial ones, as we read in one of the random notes that is actually right here. It says the director requested the files of the 3 crucial patients. You know which ones. Could you please bring them to his office? So indeed, even the director is interested in these 3 tormented souls for some odd reason. Now, I do believe in the director's office we recovered 3 evaluation cards, each talking about a specific patient. Patient file number 1 mentioned someone with intense and unrelenting anxiety. Now, what happened to these people have to be pieced together from notes and little scribbles that you can find scattered around the hospital, which makes their stories somewhat fragmented. But I will try to do my best to figure out who they were. So I do believe that the first patient here was a girl, and my assumption is that she was a little girl. And I think that because of a few reasons. Now, these patient files are rather formal, and they don't really give you much information to work with. They only tell you the medical side of things. But we do find a few additional tidbits here and there, even though I'm not even sure if those are stored in our inventory. I don't think they are. But why I think that this unnamed patient was a little girl is because in this note it is said that they were, or the patient was, moved from room S3 to L1. Now if we look at the map, L1 I do believe is on the 2nd floor, right there. And I went there, and you can see that little square area in the top right corner of the room labeled L1. which was a small nurse's station, and on the desk was a notebook, a sort of journal that mentioned that ever since she was moved there, she's been sitting on the bed with her face buried in her hands, crying. And I think from that note we know that it was a girl. Now, why I think that she was a child is because that room had its furniture rearranged in a way, and from sheets and pillows we found these little tents and pillow forts of sorts. And later on we actually climbed into the wall, a terrific idea, and fell down, I think maybe into the medical records room, and there we found the bracelet right next to another one of these pillow forts. Now that bracelet itself gives us a clue as well, if I can find it, because you can see that there are scribbles on it, maybe with a marker, showing that maybe it was a child who wore it. So that is my theory when it comes to the first patient. Now the second and third are a bit more confusing to me, because we are following clues to find their bracelets kind of simultaneously, and it makes putting these pieces together a bit more difficult, but I will try to make sense of all that I can find. But for that I think we have to go to the day room and out to the garden. That will be patient number 3, or we have to go up to the storage area and reach the treatment room, because that will be patient number 2. Let's actually look at our memos and decide where shall we go. So this is patient file number 2. Now it is interesting that I accidentally picked these files up in the wrong order, and they are stored in my inventory in that wrong order, so I have them as 1, 3 and 2. So this patient had sensory delusions, and they were housed in room number D1. Bathing is required to be carried out in the treatment room, so that is why we have to go to the treatment room, even though I am curious where the mentioned room D1 can be located. That's L, that's C, that's M. Is there any logic to these letters? Because so far I am not finding much. Oh, I cannot go into D1 because it's locked, right? And to open that combination lock, I think we need the X-ray viewer. So let's follow the clues of patient number 2 for now. I'm not sure if that is the right way of doing it, but once again, as much as I want to explore everything and find everything and understand the story to the fullest, I'm aware that many times during the game I am taking my chances by deciding where to go first, what to do first. And sometimes it works out, sometimes I unfortunately miss something, but that is how it goes. So we have to go up. To the 3rd floor, and I think I can do that by reaching the staircase here. I honestly thought that this area was safe. Well, safe-ish, but apparently that was just once again hopeful thinking on my part. So here we are, and we should look for an X-ray image. This is logged. And this is where we saw Laura. I have absolutely no clue how she managed to get through this heavy door. But again, I have a feeling that she knows this place. She was either a patient once upon a time, or maybe after the building was abandoned, she played here and learned how to traverse its corridors and doors. It's still a good question if this town is really abandoned or not. I am honestly unsure what to believe, even if we see something. But maybe we will learn more about it. So here we have D2 and D1, the room where the second patient was housed, is just across this window, I think. And here we found this observation note. And this once again mentions that bathing and feeding is required. However, we don't really learn the gender of the patient, since the text, in a really professional way, refers to them as patient, or altogether omits the personal pronoun in the sentence, such as avoids eye contact. Something is very wrong. But what is so wrong? What did you note down? I already read this. I know I have to go to the treatment room, but maybe James wanted to make sure that I am aware of that. So there's not much that I can do here. Here we have a little lock, and we need 3 numbers, right, left and right. That much we know. Now getting into these rooms were a bit tricky, but we managed to do so. Yes, through the window. And hopefully the missing X-ray image is somewhere here, even though I have to say I doubt it, since I've been here before and I could not find it anywhere. Yep, it's just the same room again. So here we found 3 X-ray images, and as you can see, it's a fantastically clever puzzle. What you have to do is take these images and place them on the board in the same way as they once were. Now how you can do that is aligning the marker lines on them to their continuations on the board, and in the scratched areas numbers will appear, it seems. Honestly, at first I thought that you have to place the X-ray images on top of each other in such a way that the scratch marks overlap, but then I realized that the marker drawings are also there, so I followed those and it revealed the number 4, but apparently we are missing one image, and that is of an old fracture, I think it says on the board. So we unfortunately cannot get into the room of the patient just yet. However, we do have the clue that leads us to the treatment room. So let's go right there and see what we can find. Now the treatment room can be accessed from 2 different sides. So let's check those doors just so we know what we are dealing with. It's better to enter a room prepared. So this is indeed closed, though it sounds blocked by some object to me. Now right next to the treatment room is the storage room, so it's a good idea to check, because maybe we can go through a crack in the wall or perhaps create one ourselves. And it seems I missed this room before. Good thing that I came here. Then we have this room, the nurse's station, which requires a code. Now we did find a note, this one, a note with a new keypad combination found in the doctor's lounge. Now, it shows a 3x3 keypad, and the red line crosses 4 numbers. I think those numbers would be 3, 5, 7 and 8. The only problem is there are quite a few ways how you can combine those 4 numbers into a code. So my guess is that you actually have to follow the line. So it can go 3, 5, 7, 8 or 8, 7, 5, 3. And as much as I always try to fully solve a puzzle and remove any guesswork so I get to the solution through the intended way, it's not unlikely that this is all the help we get from the game, because if you remember the keypad that unlocked the door to the supermarket previously in the game, there we didn't get the right code. We got hints what that code might be, but we still had to try out a few different ones. So it's not unlike this game to present you with a few combinations that you have to try to figure out the exact solution. So in this case, my guess is that we have to try both combinations. Are we back? Hopefully. So we just have to try the numbers, reading them from top to bottom, which is, I think, how most people would do it. It makes sense. Now let me just double check that actually solving the puzzle did not get lost because of my internet deciding to play a bit of a prank on me. Unfortunately, that's one of the few things that a streamer has no control over. Their internet connection is the real fear factor of streaming, if you will. It seems it managed to cut off exactly there. So I think what I could do is load a checkpoint, possibly. I didn't do much, so I will try that. Let me see. I only have manual saves, right? Yes. Let's try this so I can show you what happened. That's the perfect timing for my internet, really. The good news is we don't have to go through everything again. There wouldn't be much of a point. So all I have to do is make my way up this staircase and open the door, and not forget about the storage room. As much as I don't like reloading the game, in this case it doesn't really give me any advantage. So let me show you. 3, 5, 7, 8. There we go. Now, let's see what we have inside here. This is the nurse's station. And honestly, I wouldn't be overly surprised if there was a nurse nearby. It's rather questionable why there is a box of handgun ammo in a drawer within the nurse's station, but let's not dwell on that. I also have no clue what that contraption is. So, if I'm not mistaken, this is the treatment room. I'm not sure what kind of treatments took place here, but it seems mostly empty, other than the swarm of bugs. Oh, what's that? They feed me garbage and rotting meat, crawling with maggots. Thick with sinew, they make me bite down. The juices, red and yellow, hit the back of my throat. I choke and I gag and I vomit till my throat is sore. And aching, throbbing tube of flesh. I push it all out, but I can still taste it. So this was probably written by the patient, and we do know that they refused food. They bathed me in filth and blood and piss and bile. They gently rub human waste all over my body. My skin itches. It peels off like wet paper. I beg them to stop, but they don't listen. And then they lock me up with him. He's always there, closer each time. And the rot, it comes with him. It goes within. It becomes me. Now this is intriguing and terrifying at the same time, because from the doctor's notes we know that this patient refused solid food and they required bathing, and from the point of view of this patient, as they described what was happening in this note, it makes sense that they didn't want to take part in this. the question is, was it a delusion? And it was their troubled mind that made them perceive what was happening in such a way, or was it the truth? I would assume that it's the former, that the nurses and the doctors really wanted to help this patient, and they saw it as tormenting them with all of these disgusting things. However, we are in a horror game. You never know. But one really specific detail that is mentioned here is him. And then they lock me up with him. And this male character was mentioned before. Here, this is a scribbled note that we found in the medical records room, and I think this was written by the first patient, the little girl. Again, you might remember that I mentioned how we found her, her bracelet next to a pillow fort in the same room. And here is a mention of him. Why do they keep me in here with him? Who is he? That's the big question. An interesting detail is the handwriting. This is rather simple, and it looks like the handwriting of a child in a way. It's a bit crude. The other one that we just found, however, is much more difficult to read. It's really tiny and kind of all over the place. Which could be a visual representation of the patient's confused thoughts and their state of mind. But the question is, what is here? Do I really want to know the answer? It seems the bugs are afraid of the light, or at least they prefer to stay in the dark. And there is the X-ray, I think, of a hand. Well, that was not at all reassuring. I was almost ready to fight whatever was about to climb out of one of these tubs, but apparently that will not happen. However, this sound reminds me of the rumble we heard in the Blue Creek apartment whenever we did something and the world started to shift around us. So perhaps something happened here as well. Now, one thing that I did in the previous stream was go back to Maria when I made some progress, and I will continue doing that because a really thoughtful part is the fact that if you go back to her, she actually has a conversation with you. And these are the little details that I appreciate more than anything in games, when the developers really think about what the players might do, and they reward the player for paying attention, for looking around, for their curiosity, and in this case their empathy towards Maria, because she feels unwell and you go and check up on her. Hello, hope you create a Friday word to its name. How are you doing? I certainly hope so. I haven't encountered anything overly frightful thus far, more like disgusting, but it's going rather well, I'd like to say. But how are you, Schmoozer? Oh, thank you for the daily check-in. 149 times. Now let's see. She's still sound asleep. I have a feeling that she will wake up once we finish with the puzzle in the director's office. Oh, look at the cozy schmoozer. Get comfortable because we are in for a fright. Now we found the last X-ray image, so indeed we had to go to the treatment room first. I honestly thought we would have to get into the patient's room and then go to the treatment room, because the note we found mentioned that they were not transferred there, but they had to be taken there for bathing. And I guess it makes sense now that I think about it, because the room where they reside is actually this one, and unlike the first patient who was actually moved to a different room, this person only had to be taken to the treatment room and then back. Yeah, I wish I could get comfortable, but I just take a break from rearranging some furniture in my little space. Oh, can I ask what's the plan? Why you are rearranging them? Maybe you want a bit of change in the scenery around you? That can always be nice. Also, thank you so much for the stretch and the hydrate. I certainly need both of them. Oh, my neck is cracking left and right. Almost done. And the change around can help to get rid of memories you don't need. Oh, that is true. People often forget that, much like how throughout life we collect so many items, many of them not necessarily useful, we also gather quite a few memories, and they have to be sorted through, just like how you have to sometimes make room around you for new things, or how everyone who uses a computer should sometimes look through all those folders and delete some of the files that are no longer needed. Or perhaps just rearrange them in a way that makes more sense. Not that I am not guilty of just hoarding images on my computer, so much so that I am running out of space again. Now let's see, we have the moldy radiograph. I want to use it. I can't use it. I can't use it because it's moldy, right? An X-ray image found inside a filthy bathtub, almost entirely covered in mold. So I have to clean it somehow. Did not expect that. And I can combine it with something. What could I use to clean this moldy X-ray image? Digital data cleaning is up next on Sunday. You're going to have a long Sunday if your computer is anything like mine. Well, what is a place that we haven't visited before? Well, because it is a combination of two items, I don't think that going to the restroom or the laundry room could help, because I can just wash this X-ray at a sink, and if there was an item somewhere, I would have probably found it already, given that I looked around here before. And I don't really think you can wash an X-ray in a washing machine. I'm not sure, but that's what I think. Not really long, I do this every now and then. Well, then your computer is well kept, certainly compared to mine. So this is the bathroom, and I cannot do anything here, so my next best guess is going outside. But first, let's check this shower area. I've been here before, but it seems there is someone around here. You can wash an X-ray in a washing machine, but I doubt it's a good idea. You are right. The wording should be you can, you just shouldn't. I have to admit, I'm surprised that one shot wasn't enough. But James somehow miraculously dodged that second hit from this lovely creature. And I think they just got in here to hide, perhaps? I've been here before, so I don't think I missed them. But as I said, maybe we have to go outside to clean this X-ray. I mean, it is raining outside. However, that would put us on the trail of the third patient. So let's see who they were. I think the third patient is actually a man. Wrong corridor. And if I'm not mistaken, we have to go through the wall here. Indeed. I mean, I could have just used the door, but never mind. So let's look at the third file, or the file of the third patient. Right here. Patient room is number C1. The initial symptoms are sudden outbursts of aggression, as well as visual and auditory hallucinations. And interestingly, the current diagnosis and the recommended therapy is mostly crossed out, replaced with confused questions about what the doctor missed and how the treatment used to work. And there is actually a mention of the calming effects of water. So maybe we have to go to the pool and find some kind of a cleaning agent there. So let me actually check the door of said pool. I'm pretty sure it's locked, but then again, who knows? What a grand surprise. Now, why I think that this patient was a man is because of this little note here. Another incident with 0050, which is the number of this patient. He got out of the pool and make a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. So I guess this wasn't the first such incident, since it is worded as another one. And this probably happened after the doctor initially thought that the therapy is working. So, let's go out and let's get drenched. So this is the garden. And that's closed. We are not alone. Oh, for a moment I thought there was something standing behind me, but that was just the vine. Every time there is an enemy, I start to wonder what I should do. I could use my bullets to defeat them from afar, but I don't want to run out of bullets. I could also go closer and defeat them with the pipe, which is considerably stronger than the plank that I used to build, but I'm slightly concerned that there is a second enemy hiding somewhere. We are never alone, not in Silent Hill we aren't. Oh, that was just a small one. Ow! I got caught up on something. Maybe a bench? Or just the bushes? I think it's just a bush. A solid bush at that. And another bench. Oh! I see. Let's go! No! Come on. I never had a fight with one of these enemies where I did not get hit and I fully went melee. That is, until now. Haha. I am getting better at the melee combat, and I have to say, I really like it. It's extremely visceral and every hit has a weight to it. Much like how the armed combat with the guns is a bit clunky, but on purpose. It shows that we are not playing as a special agent or someone like that. We are just an average Joe. Or James, I guess. Okay, let's go. Oh no! No! Oh no, that's no good. They started to slither, and I can't see anything. No, no hugs. Well, that was pathetic. Are there two of them? Because I hear noises coming from two different directions. Wow! Does anyone know what just happened? Because I certainly don't. I think one of them got me and the other one puked on me? They're teaming up? No! Come back! While they are on the ground, they are weaker. Considerably weaker. Or perhaps just more sustainable to damage. No Lie by Dreadist on Friday. The Adventure of Average J. Indeed. We are just an average James here. And that is something that sets this game apart from many other in the survival horror genre. Because if you think about it, back when this game released in 2001, the biggest name in the genre was Resident Evil, which coined the term survival horror. And there we played as members of a special unit called Stars. We played as a rookie cop. Perhaps Claire in Resident Evil 2 was the closest to a civilian, but even she was a kind of a badass, to be perfectly honest. She was taught how to shoot by her brother, who was once again a STARS member. And when it comes to Resident Evil, wow! James! What was that? And what was that? So when we look at the Resident Evil games, the first time that a real civilian was the main character happened many years after the series began, and it was in Resident Evil 7 when the developers wanted to really go back to the roots of survival horror. So it is extremely refreshing to play as James. Yeah, Ethan Winters, exactly. I mean, there were spin-off titles where you could play as civilians, but I mostly look at the numbered main titles. Crazy how much he was able to do as just some dude. Well, he was a kind of special dude. But to be fair, he was trained by Chris between 7 and 8 apparently. Yeah, and as Mia says it, he is rather special. But welcome in, Elior. We are blocked by yet another closed door, but I think we have the back entrance open. Oh, really? In here? Couldn't you find a smaller area for this? Okay, if you don't attack, I will. I think. Not necessarily sure what I'm doing. Goodness! I also learned something really valuable here. And that is, if you use a health item, but don't finish the action of healing, it will not count. Because I pressed the triangle button to use the syringe, but right after I tried to dodge and hit, and it did not count. 6 bullets and a syringe. Yes, the developer certainly knew that I would be losing some health here. No! You do not do that. It's okay, James. It's okay, calm down. It's better to just get ahead of the fights and defeat the enemies while they are on the ground. So this is the garden area. And I think this will be the pool. Well, more specifically, this is the greenhouse. Really nice. And this is the pool. I already had a run-in with a pool at the Woodside apartment, and that was filled with enemies, so let's hope this is better. This is filled with yucky gunk. Oh, the rain falling outside looks so beautiful. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Why am I not surprised? Nothing here. Okay, what should I do? Should I jump into the yucky water? Sounds comforting, the rain. It does. I love listening to the raindrops going pitter-patter on the roof. Okay, let's see if James is willing to ruin his shoes. The answer is no. Well, let's see what's here. I guess some kind of a service access? Let's get the key first. And I have a feeling that is behind this ominously bloody door. That worked out so perfectly. Let's see what we are running into. The shower room, the restroom, and an unmarked room. Pool pump. Okay, so the pool pump is underneath that trapdoor. Let's see if there is anything or anyone hiding around the corners. Oh, I knew it, I so freaking knew it. Okay, I have to admit, that got me. That was absolutely brilliant. I love this. And this is the proof of an outstanding horror game. The fact that I was well aware that there could be an enemy hiding somewhere here, just around the corner. And I would have put them somewhere here as well. But it still worked because of the brilliant combination of the sound effects, the music, the animation of the creature. And I cannot say that the creature itself is scary looking. It is odd. It fits the style of this game, but it's not a creature that is appalling or disgusting. So instead of terrifying the player with disturbing visuals, this game purely works with a choking atmosphere and pure fear. And that is something I respect, because it's a huge limitation. It's much easier to rely on cheap jump scares or gore. And this game did none of those things. Of course, there are a few jump scares here and there, and in a way, these creatures are pure jump scare. But it doesn't feel like that, because they are dynamic. They go to these hiding places themselves, and it doesn't feel like that they are put there by the developers to scare you. It's not a monster closet idea. They go there because they are smart, and they hide to ambush you. This is art. It is absolutely art. It is the art of horror. And I am amazed how well this game handles everything. And I already had a really deep respect for the creators of the original game and the game itself. But I also have to admit that I greatly admire the people at Bluebird team, because they took this game and remade it entirely more than 20 years later in a way that it lives up to the expectations of the new games when it comes to visuals and controls, but also to the expectations of the old game and the players of that game when it comes to the atmosphere and the horror. It is just fascinating. I gotta go continue my work. Good luck with your work, and thank you for let me see, hydrate, stretch, and the head massage. Greatly appreciate them. How are you rearranging your furniture when one of your hands is on my head? I'm just asking. I am definitely not against the idea, but I must let you go and do your work, so thank you. But really, this game is a fascinating example of working purely with quality scares. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there was an enemy in there. However, here's the interesting thing. When we approach this door, we hear the radio, right? We are alert. And then this one bug comes out, we kill the bug, the radio goes silent. Okay, so we are safe. However, the creatures, when they are hiding, somehow doesn't intervene with the radio signal. I'm not sure how that exactly works in this game. And so there is a surprise there. However, if you look inside there, or you look at this, that one is certainly more disturbing. There are the stains on the walls, the wheelchair knocked over. There is a little bit of blood there, perhaps, that almost looks like a handprint. So I would expect a creature to attack me in there and not here. But I feel like that once again is just misdirection, because how I was thinking is I come in here, I look inside that room, but that is a separate room, so I will check that later on. There's nothing moving there, I'm safe. Okay, let's check here, nothing. Let's quickly check this and then go to the next room. And really cleverly, the game throws an enemy at you when you just quickly want to do that, and move on to the next area. It's a bit like how once you check an entire floor or a building in a game and you just have to run back and forth, even though you are progressing within the game, you are collecting items, you are opening safes, doors, whatever, you feel like you are safe and you let your guard down, and then the game can scare you. So my best guess here is that this room will be empty, but the brilliant thing is, I'm not sure. It's really difficult to decode the exact logic this game uses. But apparently I was right this once. Medical tube. Now you might be asking, what would I need that for? Why would I need medical tubing? And the answer is, I will not be using it as intended. Please do not leave any personal belongings. Okay. That's pretty much what I do in every game. I just pick up everything. I still find it extremely funny how most adventure games work on the basis of the player being completely obsessed with stealing anything that they possibly can. But I think this too will be our makeshift rope or string here. However, I think we will have to combine it with the needle. Would you look at that? Medical tube with bent needle attached. You can barely see the bent part of the needle, unfortunately, because it is slightly out of focus, but it is there. Also, what happened with that pipe? I just noticed. Goodness. Uh-oh. What will reach out of that hole? Nothing? That's suspicious. Maintenance key. Why is there an earlobe on it? Who has an earlobe as a keychain? I think it says pool. Though I have to say it's a mighty odd key. But I think we are done here, and we only have to go over to the pool area. And as I said, this is one of those times when you think, I will just quickly get over there and do what I have to. And even here the darkness is so... I don't know what would be the right word. I want to say thick, like fog, but it's unpenetrable by light. It's fascinating. You stare into the darkness even with your flashlight on, and you cannot see clearly what is ahead of you. Well, alright, let's see. I hope I don't have to choose the valves, because I have absolutely no clue which one I would need to turn. They will get up. Absolutely. They might also get up. But hey, we at least have a set of stairs to lead us down. Oh, there's a third one. What is it with these creatures being around pools? Maybe because they spew bile at us, similarly to the water, the stagnant water in these pools. Is that an eye painted on the side of the pool that is crying black tears? I guess that is just a burst pipe, but that is an image, let me tell you. And so brilliant is the part that it is slightly broken in such a way that the center tile is rotated just a bit, making the pupil reflect the light differently compared to the rest of the painting. Well, let's break the wall. I don't like destroying art, but we found a bloodstained bracelet. I feel like this might be the bracelet of the third patient. After all, he was being treated with a certain therapy that included the calming effects of water and going to the pool, and he tried to escape from here and went to the garden and cut himself in the process, explaining why the bracelet is bloodstained. But what comes now is we running the heck out of here, because I'm pretty sure these creatures will get up. Apparently no. They will just jump in through the window. Again, such spectacular misdirection. Those creatures are not to be afraid of. The one that you have to look out for is the one you can see, because they haven't entered the room yet. Well, okay. So we found the second bracelet, who is actually of the third patient. But that begs the question: what do we do with the X-ray? What is behind this door? You know what? Let's drink a hell drink before we figure out. Uh-oh. Ah! How I did try to dodge. I really did. I'm trying to go for the head because it seems like to me that that is their weak spot. It kind of bursts whenever I hit it, and some yellowed bloodied goo spews out of it. But I still don't understand what is up with their head. It's ballooned. And there is a square? Red square on their mouth? Over their mouth? Like the one that we use for saving, but smaller? What does that mean? I have to say I am thoroughly confused about these enemies. But I guess now that we uncovered one of the bracelets, it's time to check on Maria. Hopefully she is alright. Honestly, I'm slightly worried that she will just disappear. Nothing. Alright. Well, let's see. We did get through many of the puzzles already. We fished the key out of the drain. We drained the pool. The padlock we opened already before. The hand and the safe requires the third bracelet. The keypad we opened. The combination lock requires the X-ray viewer code, and that requires the X-ray image. But we don't have that because we have to clean the image somehow. And there lies our problem. How? Is there any room that I might have missed? Well, I guess let's see. So this is the basement. We looked around in the basement and only this area is locked. However, I can't go there because the staircase that leads there is inaccessible and the elevator is locked here, and I think it is actually stuck on this floor. So we are not getting there. On this floor... We looked through a good number of the rooms. We could not reach that area or the restroom connected to it, but I'm not sure if we will be able to actually go there. The cafeteria is closed. However, I could go around here and check these restrooms, the pantry, the kitchen, and the cafeteria. I'm not sure if I've been there before. Now, why I am slightly confused about what I should do is because most of the time, as we follow the clues, we find all the items we need to solve the puzzles associated with them. Here, I am missing an item, and the only other item in the hospital that I kind of randomly found and I needed was the needle, because the tubing I found in an area that I reached because of the fact that I was following the trail of hints about one of the patients. So that was kind of a segment of the bigger puzzle with the 3 bracelets. And it is really interesting how in every bigger area or building we are presented with a kind of final puzzle right away, and to solve that we have to follow different kind of storylines to find the pieces required to solve the bigger puzzle. And even while we are maybe looking for one of these items or bits of information, we might come across smaller puzzles. For example, in the Blue Creek apartment, we had the grandfather clock, and we had to find the 3 hands of the clock. But as we looked for them separately, each with their own clues and areas to explore, we found smaller puzzles like the lock in the moth room, or the radio with the chains spreading through the building, or even the prison room of sorts that we found hidden. So it's really interesting how the game branches out from the initial puzzle, and it's almost difficult to notice how much we get sidetracked here, because initially we came to Silent Hill to find Mary, right? And we finally reached the town, but we didn't really know where to go, so we looked around. We found all kinds of random clues and notes left by someone, and so we followed those, and we made it to the apartment building. And then we looked around inside there, and then we got to the other apartment building, and finally we reached the lakeside where we wanted to go after listening to the recording in Neely's bar. And we found Maria, and so we followed her. And even there we had to take some detours because of barricaded roads and the roadworks and entire roads missing. But we finally found the park where she wanted to take us. And there the hopes of James kind of came crushing down. But then we heard the scream of Laura, possibly. And so we went to the theater, and then we followed her here. And we are still looking for Laura, but we have this bracelet puzzle to solve. But to solve that, we have to piece together the saddening tales of these 3 patients, and so we follow those. But to do that, we have to solve little riddles and puzzles with the locks, with the keypads and all these things. So it's really interesting how we always run into yet another task that we have to do just to be able to progress a little bit further with the task that we are actually trying to do, so we can get to the actual goal that we are here for. And it's really interesting. Well, let's drink to that. And let's save. I think it's time to save. I've been playing for more than 1.5 hours. Even though in the beginning I had to reload, but that is fine. So I do believe I know where I need to go. Said me, and then ran into a barricaded door. So I think that I completely overlooked this area. I did try to unlock this from the inside, or rather open it. I just couldn't. But apparently I had the key to it. Or maybe it was actually inside of the lock. And I completely missed checking this area because I was too preoccupied with the garden and the pool. And in a way, that is why this place is a bit more chaotic, because we have these 3 bracelets and we can go after them in whatever order we want, at least I think. Oh, how? How did you do that? I clearly took a step back. And I still got bonked by a metal pipe. I have to say, as much as most of the creatures in this game are rather feminine in many ways, and their movement is as much as they are often pained and restrained, they are elegant. But that also makes them really difficult to predict, because they can move extremely quickly. They kind of glide through the air, and they can take quick and long steps, which is really nice, but extremely dangerous as well. Okay. Bullets. toilet number 2. Nothing else. Oh, this green tile. Alright, we have a few too many open doors here. But we are not going to this restroom. We went to the female restroom again? I know that I'm trying to find meaning in everything, even though I have a feeling that more often than not there is something behind every detail. But we always get to go inside the female restroom and not the male one. And it's not like we can just visit both of them. Even I do believe in the park where I was looking around with Maria, it was the same as here, that one of them was locked, and that was the men's restroom and not the women's. And I have a feeling there is a reason to that, because all of these creatures, their long legs, the high heels, the stockings, the outfits, there is something deeply lustful in their appearance, and I don't think that is a coincidence. Keep door closed. Where the door is missing, so you failed at that. I think this is the kitchen. Oh! Finally! Mold remover! Fantastic! We have some mold removal. That's exactly what we needed. What is that? Chicken? Turkey? I'm not even sure from what angle I should expect an attack. Oh, rabbits. Okay. Before I get absolutely surrounded, let's take the more obvious route. I can't hit your head while it's shaking, or I just missed it. I know you don't really care about me shooting you in the boobs, but it's difficult to get your head. Ow! What can I say? They are gorgeous. But I'm not dying because of that. What's this? Food aids mental health. Yes, high fiber fruits and vegetables, whole grain foods, healthy fats including omega-3. I think that is in fish. No, highly processed snack foods, highly refined grains, red meat. I love that some things just don't change. That is pretty much the same that you would hear nowadays. Oh. There's a really tiny bathroom. Do not like that. Can I peek inside the toilet, maybe find something there? I haven't found a photo in a while. And this is really the first bigger area where I'm unsure whether or not I thoroughly checked everything. Even in the basement I kind of missed an area. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you if you won't hurt me. Can I pick that up, please? Please? James! Okay. Am I full? No way. No way that my inventory is full. Meal times. Breakfast 8 AM, lunch 12 PM, dinner 6:30 PM. Guests are allowed to use the canteen in the visiting hours 8 AM to 8 PM. Guests pay $3 for breakfast, I think $5 for lunch, and $10 for dinner? Dinner is the most expensive? Interesting. 5 meals for celiac disease, 7 lactose intolerant, running low on potatoes and rice, patient broke a whole cart of dinner plates, need to stock up. Monday, breakfast oatmeal with fruit, lunch baked beans, sausage, eggs, side of salad, dinner pork, cutlets, potatoes, grilled vegetables. That actually sounds not bad. What is this? Oh goodness, I might need some mold removal on this one. It's in the walls, deep inside. The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but then the thing reappears in the exact same spot. We need to get in there, break it all down if we have to, and root it out. Okay. I mean, yeah, we have some trouble with mold here. I'd say it reminds me of Resident Evil 7, but let's be honest, this game came first. Oh, where did you come from? I was so focused on the nurse, I totally did not see this creature. Let's look around. I don't want to miss anything, you see? I was quiet. I tried to be quiet. Oh, there's bullets there, or shells. Ow! You see how quickly they can take a step and follow up on their hits? Yeah, this double swing always gets me. Ow! Sorry, but you need to stay down for a bit. An ashtray. How fitting. It's an intriguing contradiction of life, how medical professionals who will tell you that smoking is bad so often smoke themselves. It's the classic example of do as I say and not as I do. But we have the mold remover, so let's mix it. And look at that! Look at that. It worked. And it worked so nicely that because I'm standing underneath a light, I can see the image projected onto the floor. It is a bit glitchy, but that is mostly the engine struggling with rendering it, and I can't blame the developers for that, because real life is extremely difficult to mimic, and realistic graphics with real-time light is still pretty much impossible to do without some extreme hardware, and even there will be limitations. Now, let's not take that. Let's take this and rotate, and there we go. 477? No, that's 37, I think. 437 and 12. 437 and 12. That's interesting, because I was wondering how this lock will work. Much like with the vault in the prison room, you have multiple ways of telling someone how to open such a lock. You can tell the numbers to which they have to turn the dial, or the number of clicks they have to turn the dial for. And in this case, I feel like it is the former, because they use larger numbers, and numbers that actually appear on the dial, even though it could be both. But let's see how they think about this. So it was 4, 37 and 12. Read from left to right, such as the arrows here, left to right, say right, left and right. So if I have to turn it to the right, I will press the right button and go until I hit 4. And that is here. Now again, it is strange to me that with such a lock, to move the needle, the stationary triangle on the top, to the right, you actually have to turn the dial to the left. And that always messes with me. I would actually turn it the other way around if I saw these arrows, but I will go with the controls, because I think the developers made the controls in a way that the solution to the puzzle will become more intuitive for players. Hey Dreadist, welcome in Vivian, how are you doing? Thank you for joining in. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Doing great. No, that is lovely to hear. Can I ask what you are up to today as I try to solve this little mystery here? What was the second number? It was 4 and then 37, I think. So we have to go all the way to 47, and let me tell you, my very eyes are struggling to see those tiny little lines there. Played so much Mario Kart, my thumb's a bit sore. Oh, that's always lovely. I hope you had a great time with it. What you been doing? Well, right now I've been playing Silent Hill 2, the remake. I'm extremely happy that I get to play this game finally. Even though it came out a few years ago, I finally got my hands on a PlayStation 5, and I got to start streaming from the new hardware earlier this year, so this is my first playthrough of it. So we went right 4, left 37, and right 12, I think. Let's see. Will it work? Brilliant! Oh, nice indeed. I don't know how to do that. If you're referring to streaming from a console, it's a bit tricky, depending on what console you want to stream from exactly. I was rather lucky because when I decided to start streaming from my PlayStation 4, I managed to buy a capture card that also works with PlayStation 5. So I only had to plug it up and everything seems to be working just fine. I found some intriguing glitches with one of the games, but it does not affect the streaming side of things, so I'm not as bothered by it. Okay, it's not as difficult. Even though it is true that when I started streaming, I used the same capture card with my PlayStation 4, and I had so many technical difficulties with it, and I tried so many different things, and after months and months, I think it took around more than half a year. I finally fixed, I think, all of them, but to this day I'm not necessarily sure what the fix was. So it's really a case by case basis problem, and it takes luck. Oh, ads. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, just please tell me when you return from the ads. I'm going to start reading, so I'll lurk for a while. Thank you so much, and enjoy reading. So we don't know what's inside there. We opened the door, and the third bracelet should be there. No worries, ads are already done. I know ads are important. Yes. Yes, they are, as much as I do not like ads myself. Especially since websites started to use more and more personalized ads. And it's not that I don't like that companies try to show me the products that I might be interested in. It's more like that they confuse me greatly, because I get ads for things that I don't even understand why I would need. I mean, I got ads for cat food. I don't have a cat. And I am so puzzled by why would companies think that I need cat food based on the things I watch. I watch streams on Twitch, mostly about horror games. What's the connection? I really want to know. Yay. Right, this was the person who had to be fed and baited. And indeed this place is as filthy as it gets. Oh, what's underneath there? Goodness. What is that? Filthy bracelet. Yeah, you are absolutely correct about that. Once again, you are not reading those numbers. But what is that? I want to believe that those are just rusty pieces of metal, maybe a spring in there, but let's be honest, it is not. Well, I think it's time to... What was that? It's time to make our way back to the second floor. I don't think we need to save. We are good like this. So here we have the stuck elevator I mentioned before. It's actually stuck up there, I think, because there is a rather deep hole underneath. More enemies. But first, let's check on Maria. Still asleep. I mean, I can't blame her. Most people would definitely choose a nice long nap over whatever we are doing here. But here we are, with all three bracelets in our hand. We have the marked bracelet found in the medical records. There are some markings all over it. Blood-stained bracelet found hidden in the swimming pool. Dried blood covers most of the numbers. And the filthy bracelet found in a patient room on the 3rd floor, covered in some kind of grease. And the really fascinating thing, a chain of events, of coincidences, if you will. I picked up the patient files from here in the wrong order by accident. I started with the first, but then I took 2 steps perhaps, and I picked up the 3rd one, and then I got the last one, the 2nd. And even though I tried to follow the clues and find the bracelets in the proper order, I still managed to get them in the same order as the files. Yes, it is true that I overlooked an entire corridor, and that's why I didn't have the mold remover. But I did find the needle, which I needed for the 3rd bracelet. Why is that? Perhaps it was made in that way. Maybe the second one is more difficult to find. Or maybe it's just fate playing a game with me. I don't mind. So let's see. I'm not sure what the proper order would be here. I will try the same 1, 2, 3 from the top. That's 1. That's 2. And that's 3. Apparently, that is not the right order. There could be a pattern on these that has to line up, maybe with the worn parts of the arm, with the scribbles, the filth and the blood stain. Or maybe there is a certain order to them, I'm not necessarily sure.
They are beyond doubt. That's what they keep telling me. The 3 patients. My 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial and error, of being as bold as one can be, to go as far as one needs to. I will find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them.
That is interesting. That is indeed interesting. What is the proper order? However, before I try to figure this out, there is one more thing that I want to check. Because we found a personally written note by 2 of the patients, but not the 3rd one, right? Not the 3rd one. We found the evaluation cards. We found the notes written by doctors and nurses, one for I think each of them, but not a personal note for this specific one. And I feel like if there is one, then it should be in the patient's room, which was C1. No, we did find the bracelet in the pool, but we looked around there and I didn't find anything. So let's look at where C1 is. There is a question mark there actually, I didn't go there? Apparently I didn't go there. Silly me. I think there is something behind this. Patient interview transcript. Annotation: the following interview was conducted with, in response to incident 71. Oh, interesting, so the name is redacted. I remember lying in water, empty, and then I felt him stare. He was close, very close. I had to get out, had to get away, but he followed. He kept staring, so I made him stop. I am empty again. Can we go back to the pool? So indeed there was another one, but in this case instead of the patient writing down their thoughts, it is an interview transcript. And I think the incident mentioned here is how he tried to break out from the pool and ended up in the garden. And that also explains why he was so aggressive and worked up. But here he seems kind of calm. It's interesting how it says he kept staring, so I made him stop. No, we heard about him in the other two cases as well, and I'm still curious who he is. But it seems we get a clue here with the eye and how the pupil is carved out. So, in case someone doesn't figure out that in the pool they have to break the eye, then this is a hint. And indeed I did this rather backwards, and I overlooked this one room, unfortunately. Again, I got kind of lost in this hospital, I have to admit. But I'm happy that even if a bit late, but I find these clues. Now, because I am playing with the markers showing what I can interact with, it wasn't really difficult to figure out that the eye there has to be broken, and it was a pretty obvious set piece. However, if someone plays the classic way without those markers, indeed this can be a nice hint. What? James, stop trying to pull the crosshead down. Thank you, though. Greatly appreciated. Ooh, I don't know what broke, but something broke. And for once, it wasn't a bone of James, which is nice. Already been here, but hey, it's good to double check and empty everything. And also, I feel like that the game is really cleverly bringing the attention of the player to every single room, either by mentioning it in a document and then putting a question mark there, or having an enemy there, so as you are going through the area you either hear the radio noise or you get attacked from there, and so you explore it, and that way you don't miss out on any area. As much as I might have still walked past some of the rooms by mistake, but I could figure out the puzzles with the hints I got, so it was enough for the mode I am playing. Now here I really feel like that these have to align some way. Okay, so they don't move. Wait, they can be rotated as well. Oh. Okay, so they can be rotated and they can be moved around. Now, some of the numbers can be seen, but only a few. And I feel like that is no coincidence. There is a little stick figure there. Well, there are stick figures all over it. I think that the stains indeed have to align with the missing paint on the hand, and I think this one with the 71 is correct. This one is tricky because we have multiple numbers that we can see. We have the 5 here or the 45. Oh, wait a moment. You see on the middle, the bloodied bracelet, there are little cuts on the top, and those align with those cuts in the hand. So they were here before. Indeed they were. Oh, that is so nice. Director's storage room key. Well, let's see what the director or the director was hiding in the storage room. Nothing overly sinister so far. 3 separate collection of notes about different patients, I'm assuming 1, 2 and 3. Drawings of the human anatomy. A stuffed bird, I think. Save button. Oh, I thought I can read that book. Alright, that is interesting. So what's with this? Oh, now this is interesting. This is really interesting. Let me explain to you why. This is not necessarily an overly complex puzzle by the looks of it, but really sophisticated one. So here I can return the missing save button. That's a good start, but we need the code. Now the code, I have a feeling, will be this 7924571, or because it requires 2-digit numbers, perhaps we have to use just 92, since the 7 is kind of cut and bloodied there on the top one, so we use the column of numbers, so 92, 45 and 71. But the buttons on the safe feature symbols, not numbers, so we have to somehow connect those, and we can do that here. you see there are numbers on the shelf and symbols on the books. So we have to rearrange these books to be able to associate a given number with a symbol. How to do that? Well, we have to make the image complete. I have a feeling that it's something like this. It's some kind of a griffin or lion? Uh-huh. That's better. Except this part is missing, and I feel like this was supposed to be here, indeed. That's why. That's why it didn't look right. So here we have the combination. What did you scribble down there, dear James? Books. Oh, there it is. Hand 2 924571. So the game helps with these as much as I try to figure them out myself, and I'm not necessarily upset that I make the wrong assumption. And I think, for example, in this case, that the first number is 3 digits long, and then I realize, well, that can be then the initial number is probably not needed, because it's part of the process of figuring out these puzzles. So I think James took note of the sequence in the right order. So this is 9 symbols that go from 1 to 9. So 9 is the circle with the triangle and the circle inside. No, I do have to applaud the developers here, because it's really nice. It's really nice to get a raid. Welcome in, Zev. How are you doing today? To those who might not know me, I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the absolutely wonderful world of the remake of Silent Hill 2. But if you have a moment, please do tell what were you doing and how did it go. I see you were playing Vintage Story, and you are the first raider. Thank you so much. I saw you build or start building a base in Vintage Story, and you said that it's going rather well at the time, because you were not starving, just on the brink of starving all the time. But I hope it got better since, and you didn't get mauled by a bear, or a wolf, or a deer. I'm not sure if deers can be dangerous, maybe. Yeah, I have enough food now from farming. That is lovely to hear. In such survival games, it's always good to have an inventory of quite a lot of food and resources, because if you decide to work on something and focus on a specific task, it's really easy to run out of those resources. And I found more drug shrooms. I didn't know you could do drugs in that game. Deer can be dangerous. Oh dear. Really? I was just trying to make a joke, but apparently anything can be deadly. Oh, you reached a 7-stream streak. Thank you so much. Everything turns rainbow then. Oh, so they are rainbow shrooms. Maybe they will lead you to a pot of gold. That would be useful. But before I forget, please, dear raiders, not to forget about the most important is to take care of yourself. So please get up, do some stretching, maybe get yourself something to drink or eat, and maybe get a sip of tea with me. Come on, I'm trying to drink. Do you really have to boop me like that? Unbelievable. I'm gonna put my finger in the tea. No, you are... Do you want to use your finger as a spoon? Well, look, here's the deal. You can stir my tea with your finger, but I'm not wasting a single drop of my tea. So if you put your finger in my tea, I'm going to lick it off of it. It's up to you what you do. I'm just warning you. No tea goes to waste around me. Not a single drop. Ah, my nose is so itchy. Stop it! Oh no. No, my nose is all stuffy. Now, where was I? Oh right, solving the puzzle. So one thing that I have to thank the developers for, and I feel like this was probably added in the remake, because in older games it was more common that to solve a puzzle it was required to actually get a piece of paper and write down the codes and the symbols and all that. But here it's really nice that I have all the information in one spot, and they actually included that on the map, which is really convenient, instead of asking me to run back and forth between the safe, the books with the symbols, and the bracelets on the mannequin hand with the numbers. Here I can just look at them and figure out the exact combination that I will need. So we need a 9, that is the circle with the triangle and the circle. Then I need a 2. I feel like these are symbols, some of them at least representing certain planets, but I don't really know them, so I will just try to remember them as much as I can. So it's like a T with a swirl. It's like a letter N with a line across the top. It looks like one of the Japanese hiragana characters actually. Then we have 4, which is, I think that's the symbol of Mars and the male gender, if I'm not mistaken. 5, which is a circle with a dot. 7. I don't know what. 6 is the symbol of one of the other planets. I want to say Venus, but I'm not sure. And also the symbol of the female gender. But 7 That one has little horns. And one is again a circle with a line that separates it into halves, and then another line that makes one of the halves into quarters. Okay, let's try to remember this. So triangle, N, Mars, dot, horns, and quarters. I will totally forget this. Okay, what was it? So we need the triangle. Alright. Then the N. And even here, the numbers, or the symbols here representing the numbers, are in groups of 2. Okay, next one was Mars, and I think the dot, and then the horn, and the quarter. Wow, that's one heck of a save. Rooftop. Okay. Why do I want to go to the rooftop again? That's one extremely secure save. Look at all those layers. What is this? Their images became blurry, melting together. I could no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. This will take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. Who is this message addressed to? And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is. This is really interesting because this was probably written by the director, and I guess the images becoming blurry is how he can't tell the cases apart anymore. Maybe he's overworked, or maybe he's been working as a doctor for so long, or maybe he's talking about the 3 special or crucial cases. And even though he said that he will do whatever he can to have these people, here he says that he's not sure if he can do it. But maybe someone else, maybe the person who is reading this, or whomever this message is addressed to, can. This will take you where you need to be, to the rooftop, or wherever that leads us, though probably not the way you want to. No, at first I thought it will say, though probably not where you want to be, as opposed to where you need to be, but instead of the destination, it talks about the path leading there. So maybe it will not be a direct route. We will have to go on a longer perilous journey. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is. That maybe talks about healing, how these patients suffer, and to get better you have to go through that in a way, not necessarily because that is what heals them, but just their conditions make their lives so unbearable and full of pain, and until they get better they have to survive that. But in another way, if we are thinking about James, this could be in a way talking about his quest to find Mary. Now, even though it wouldn't necessarily make any sense that a person, a doctor, the director here, is writing a message to James, a person whom he probably never met, about a trip to this town that takes place years after this message was written. But it does make sense if you read it like that, because the key will take you where you need to be, so he will get closer to his destination, wherever that is. In this case, perhaps get to Laura, though probably not the way you want to, not through the locked door that we have ran into on the 3rd floor, but through the rooftop. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There will be enemies that we have to defeat. There always is, because our journey here is dangerous and painful. So it makes sense, especially the second part, but that wouldn't necessarily make much sense as I explained. However, it is interesting. But I guess we are finished here. And I'm rather happy that even though I missed a few areas outside the hospital and I didn't check everything within the hospital in the right order, which I would definitely would want to do differently if I could play the game again, even though that's impossible because there's only one first playthrough. I am happy that I got to figure out the puzzles, because that is one thing that you can only solve once, and I always try to solve the puzzles using no additional hints, no clues, no walkthroughs or anything like that, and not brute force my way through them. Alright. I could have sworn I saw something by their head, but maybe it was just the tile. Well, you know what we do now. I'm sure you can guess by now. Yes, we will check on Maria. Quietly. She might be asleep. Oh, interesting. I had to actually interact with the door. And for a reason. Exactly as I as I thought. What happened is what I was afraid of. She is gone. Well, maybe she's just looking for us, right? Positive thinking is important. Even though there is a fine line between positive thinking and delusions. Well, let's see. Let's go to the rooftop. That should be this way, I think. Yeah, here it is. That was the corridor that we checked for one of the patients. And this is the locked door of the rooftop. Rather old key. Still raining and it's dark. It might be that it is night, and if it is, and it was similarly nighttime during our stay in the Blue Creek apartments, then it seems that we've been here at least for 2 days now. But then again, all of the sudden storms happening right when more and more creatures attack us makes me wonder if all the things happening around us are somewhat supernatural in nature. 2 shotgun shells. How generous of you. It is sure dark here. I think that's an extension cord with a lamp. Can jump there. Well, that's interesting. I don't really want to jump because, again, I might not be able to get back. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if everything just collapsed underneath me. What is that? Page from a diary, May 9. Rain. Staved out the window all day. I think that's stared? Oh, stared. That's not a B, that's an R. My bad. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic and weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. The doctor came in today. He said that I'll be released soon. That it's time to go home. I should be happy, but I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. It feels like something's about to happen. Like the last gasp of air before the punch? Or the purge? Plunge. Oh, there's an L there. I thought that was the bottom of the P. But deep down, I know it's too late to turn back. Interesting. I'm not sure whose diary this is. I don't think it's from one of the three patients that we have learned about thus far. Most likely it's from a fourth character, and it does highlight a few interesting things. One being the stress and the responsibilities on someone's shoulder who has a family to feed, as they put it. And the other one is depression, I would say. How they say that they are a bother either way and that they don't want to cause any more trouble. But it is indeed interesting. And it's also interesting what this diary page and the rest of the papers are doing here. Oh! Okay! That was a surprise! Okay, we're going back! And down! I guess I will not be checking over that railing, that's fine. You know, I can't say that the game didn't warn me that that things will be painful, but I did not expect this. Well, let's get out. Lucky me, the elevator wasn't any lower. Okay, where am I and who's humming? I'm on the other side of the locked security door, and yes, I'm not going back up there. Oh, another drawing. Again, the bunnies and the wolf hiding behind a tree. Have to admit, the wolf is not really good at hiding. Is she over there? I can see her. Well, I guess this is why we even came here, so I should be happy. And unlike the person whose diary we read, I'm not necessarily afraid, I'm more upset about the fact that I couldn't check everything. But again, you kind of have to play through the game once to know what not to do if you don't want to get thrown further into the story. Literally. Oh, but thank you. I keep using up the syringes instead of the medical drinks, which is silly because they do the same thing. You just have to take 2 medical drinks, I think, to get the same effect. Now I will try to go back to the rooftop, since I managed to make a a shortcut back to where I was. And indeed, it is logged. We are not going back there. Alright. Hint taken, game. Now we have quite a lot of rooms here. Oh, that's interesting. I thought that will be a door here, but apparently that's a window. The long way around it is. I'm really not sure if I even want to see what's inside of these padded rooms. I really hope that door did not get logged on me. What's that? Memory of sorts, again. Or whatever these are. Collectibles. I still do not know. It's one of the parts of the game that puzzle me even now, because when I was walking around in the town with Maria, she did make comments on breaking things, or even saving at the red squares, and how James just kind of froze for a moment when the player does that. However, I did not encounter one of these interaction spots, and so I have no clue what these might be. Okay, well, here we are. It is interesting because we are trying to find Laura, seemingly to help her, right? Because as a sort of natural instinct, when James saw a little girl in this dangerous town, he right away wanted to save her. But she keeps running away from us, which could be for a number of reasons. It could be because she is afraid of us for some reason, or because she just doesn't want our help. Also, I missed checking this one. Why isn't the ceiling padded? That's a safety hazard. That's why it's important to look at the map, because I think as I turned the corner here, I just didn't see that door. So, as much as I understand that Laura might be scared of us, let's try to show her that we mean no harm. Now let's not help people. Especially kids, right? This is interesting. This glass looks much cleaner from this side. Or it might be a slightly tinted window. What am I walking into now?
Laura?
How do you know my name?
Eddie told me.
That
big, fat blabbermouth.
Laura, why do you keep running away from me? And how do you know about Mary?
I just do. What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No. I won't, please, just... I need to know.
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying! Laura, I'm sorry.
Fine, don't believe me. See if I care!
Hey!
Let go!
I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
Fine. But... there's something I gotta get.
Laura,
It's important.
what is it?
A letter. For Mary.
What?
I hid it. In there.
You sure this is where you left it?
It's in the back. Behind an old pipe.
Okay, wait here.
While I get murdered.
Laura?
Haha!
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Laura, open this door right now.
What's the magic word?
Laura!
Nope, that's not it. I guess I won't open it.
Get me out of here, you little brat!
In your dreams, fart face.
Please open the door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See a fart face?
Laura! Laura!
Uh-oh. Well, we will talk about the cutscene later! Now we have more pressing matters. Okay, how do I even hurt this enemy? Is it even possible to hurt this enemy? The sound helps, as well as the dust falling from the ceiling. But what am I fighting even? Oh! Oh! I don't even know what happened. Oh, there's the dust. There is the dust. Oh, there's the dust. Okay, this is not good. Okay, I can hit it. Oh, there. There, I saw that. I saw that. It's hanging there. It's hanging, I think. Oh, I'm breaking the cage actually. So I am doing some damage. Some sort of damage. It's slightly difficult to follow the dust falling from the ceiling when most of the ceiling is destroyed. Ow! Okay. Let's be careful with the swinging. Oh. Haha! From the side! No! No! Ow! Hey! Oh ho 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 ho! What? Did you just... what? Did he just... grow legs? Metallic legs. Ow! Oh, you are big, and you are quick, and you are dangerous. Also interesting, if you try to reload, but stop in the middle of it, it will actually remember how many shells you put into the gun. Am I doing this correctly? Because I used up a lot of shells. That is a hospital bed frame? Is this a patient? What is this? Oh, it's not alone. Nightmare fuel. Yeah. Uh-oh. Am I strapped to one of the beds now? Uh-oh. The siren. The rust.
James.
But this is Mary.
James.
Long corridor leading where? Well. Where are we now? First of all, much better. Second of all, I used up all of my shells almost. But let's talk about that cutscene for a moment. It's really interesting. In the beginning, James really cleverly, really calmly approaches Laura and tells her that Eddie told him her name, which seemingly bothers Laura. And then James also nicely asks her why she's running away from him and how she knows Mary. And again we get a bit of a glimpse at Laura's character when she says, "Will you shout at me if I don't tell you?" And it's interesting how James is surprised by that, and the performance and the expression on his face kind of says what he's thinking, something along the lines of why would I? But it confirms that theory that Laura had abusive parents and they were yelling at her for all kinds of things. But at the same time, James kind of falls into the same mistake. And that is when she tells him that she knows Mary because they met at the hospital, I'm assuming this hospital, a year ago. He does start yelling at her, which is a mistake, but it is kind of a human reaction, since James knows that Mary died 3 years ago, so obviously she wasn't here 1 year ago. But then again, he's still at odds with himself, because the entire reason why he came here is a contradiction. But I think it really naturally showcases how people can quickly fall into anger and start yelling, even if the other person has nothing to do with what made them angry in the first place. They are not the source of their problems, but they are kind of caught in the crossfire. And after that, James catches himself yelling, but I think it's too late. He runs after Laura and seemingly manages to convince her that this is not safe. This town is not safe for a kid. Just as I said, he instinctively wants to protect the child, whereas he didn't necessarily care about Eddie or Maria. They are adults, they can take care of themselves. But it is interesting how Laura questions why would this place be dangerous. And again, it seems like that she is somewhat comfortable hiding or playing and drawing inside the hospital. We learned that she was hospitalized here, so she spent time here. We don't know if she was the first patient that we learned about, whom I assume was a little girl, but she's obviously familiar with the place, and that is why she can traverse it much better than James can, and she knows how to lock the doors, unlock them, and go around them. And then comes this part about something she has to recover, a letter from Mary. And James was smarter there. He didn't snap at her again. by the mention of or at the mention of Mary, but I suspect that letter doesn't exist or might not exist, and Laura was clever enough to come up with that excuse on the spot, because she knew that Mary is for some reason important to James, and so she kind of lures them into that ominous room, and manages to lock him inside. But I'm not sure if Laura was aware of the creature inside of that room, because when James said, well, there's something in here, let me out, she just says that, well, it's the part faces James, it's nothing else. So even though we went through the entire hospital and had to fight through the corridors and pretty much every single room, it seems that the creatures are not only not dangerous to Laura, but they don't even appear for her. She cannot see them. And then we obviously got the boss fight, which was, wow, such an interesting design, and a really big surprise with how at one point the creature falls down or comes down and uses these thin metallic legs not only to move around but to fight. And that's interesting because I mentioned how the ceiling was mostly destroyed by that point, and the boss fight could have gotten somewhat repetitive, and right then the developers pulled out another stage for the fight, which is just so nice, honestly. But the two other details with the conversation that I noticed, one is obviously the difference in time. Now, I did wonder what happened to Silent Hill, and I still don't know, but seemingly it's stuck in the past, perhaps, because Laura said that she met and got to know Mary a year ago, whereas she died 3 years ago. So here time passes differently, perhaps. And the other thing is the magic word. When James asked, or rather ordered, Laura to open the door, and by the end of it he kind of lost his temper, but Laura asked what's the magic word, and maybe in the stressful moment James didn't think of it right away. He just kept repeating Laura, but it's interesting how she wanted us to just say please. I think in a way to treat her as an equal and not as a kid. But it seems that for now we will not be getting any more answers. I will also not be looking around in that part of the hospital that we finally reached on the 3rd floor. And even if the letter was real, I will not be able to find it behind the pipe, even though I didn't even see a pipe, to be perfectly honest. Because I can't go back. No, I actually did think about checking around and seeing if there is a hidden ladder there after the boss fight, but we kind of got snatched out of the room, so let's see what we have here. And actually, where we are. I guess this will be a somewhat nightmarish version of the hospital. Again, a piano. I don't know why there are so many pianos around. However, one visual element, or rather one idea that I absolutely adore, is the point of view shot showing the ceiling and the lights, which is a really strong visual showing the perspective of someone who is on a stretcher and being transported to somewhere within a hospital, and that, without any words, shows that it's a serious case because of the speed of it and the fact that the person cannot just walk there on their own feet. So the developers really cleverly took this idea and implemented it in the game. And I'm not saying that this was never shown. It was probably used in many movies before, but I feel like Silent Hill 2 was a game where the developers took many ideas from movies and said that why couldn't they use the same established ideas in a video game and prove that a video game can be just as serious, it can be scary, it can be thoughtful, and it can have a story that is deep and emotional, and they did a wonderful job. But thank you for that. Not sure what this noise is, but I'm not necessarily looking forward to finding out. Patient number 3141. Okay. Designation 298.9. Initial symptoms, hyperfocus. Current diagnosis, they can be fixed. The diagnosis is that they can be fixed. Recommendations, stop at nothing. No turning back now. Okay. That's not reassuring. Deep, indeed. Extremely deep. And we have a save point here. Let's save. We are at 25 hours into the game. Wait, what? I didn't even want to check the map because I just assumed, well, there's no point. We are in a new area, but this is the same place, but we have a blank map. This is the hospital. It really is a nightmarish version of the hospital, unlike the apartment buildings where we actually went from one to another. This is the same place. I'm so tempted to just walk down there. But apparently, James is not cooperative with that idea, and maybe for the better. Probably for the better. I have a feeling that here we won't be able to explore as much, because it would make the game's pacing slow down considerably. Oh! So the chasms are also marked, and the faint outlines are inked as we explore the areas. That is interesting. Well, we can go up or we can go down. Let's go to the basement. Oh, the button is missing. Let's not go to the basement. Well, this sounds safe. Let's get out of that elevator before it plummets into the what? Another save point? Okay, let's see what we have here. A chain. Barbed wire. What is this? I feel like another puzzle. Okay. Well, they made sure to log this up, so we have 2 locks and a keyhole. Alright, well, let's see what we have. This is logged. But we have 3 chains, right? Also a nice detail is how the locks and the pieces of metal are just nailed and riveted onto the box itself. You can see the nails sticking out from the top there. Alright, so I guess I have to follow the chains, and this chain leads inside the nurse's station. If something gets out of that, I'm going to shoot it. But it might only be a distraction. Stay in there. Enjoy your bubble bath. Ho 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 ho. Give me that. Uh-oh. There is something here. However, I should be following the chain. So that leads through there. Okay. And through there, however, I have to make my way there somehow. And I guess we will have to take a bit of a detour. Is that a nightmare nurse? Well, if they are anything like the acidic version of the straitjacket enemies, they are dangerous. So let's line up that shot as best as I can. Because the nurses are dangerous, even in the normal form. Oh, and this one is not normal. Oh! Oh, you... Goodness! Okay, do you blow up? Do you get back up? Oh my. Those blood red high heels are gorgeous. Okay, so the same three shots is all it takes to get them. If you don't waste another dozen on them like I do. Well, I guess let's look her. Oh, you. I have health drinks galore here, so let's try to use a more hands-on approach when it comes to the more manageable enemies. I don't know how I managed to connect that. You stay down. I saw you. I saw you move. I guess they were hiding here. Oh, I'll drink. Thanks. Why is the toilet boiling? But that's a sentence I didn't think I would ever say. At least I don't have to put my hand in that. Ha 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 ha! Wait, you have a knife? Oh, if you could move any less unpredictable. Ow! Okay, so they have a knife instead of the pipe. That's why I didn't see the weapon in their hand originally. I even thought that they don't have any kind of weapon because I didn't see the pipe, but apparently no. Oh, another chain. And I think this door will lead us back to the puzzle, but maybe I have to open it from the other side. It is true that I didn't try that, since I didn't want to follow this chain. Maybe I am wrong. Oh wait, no, I went around this door. I thought I managed to go all the way around, but apparently I didn't make as much progress as I thought. Huh. So this door is the other side of the one we already saw, and this is the bubble bath we walked by, and this is the continuation of the same chain. Now of course I have to check if there is a third floor, and indeed there is. Oh, the X-ray room. I'm pretty sure I should look for enemies first and start breaking things after, but you know how I am. Shattered. I think that was for breaking the glass. A bit delayed. So this is a chain. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's follow one chain at a time. Was there really something there? Okay, let's follow this chain. This goes down. Okay, I guess that's about following the chain. Well, then at least look around here. We might as well check everything. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Oh, a syringe. Thank you. Oh, I think this was the nurses' women's locker room. Yes, this is where we found the shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a few shotgun shells here. I like how I can see through there. Okay, so now I made a shortcut. That leads me back here. So I fully explored this area. Yippee! Get the heck out of here. I cannot necessarily follow that chain, unfortunately. So let's look around here, even though I don't really see anything. And maybe look for another chain, this one. But this is the chain that is connected to the left. Padlock, so maybe this is the one the player is supposed to start with. Okay, that's logged. Oh, okay. I thought those were arms. Another bathroom. How nice how the light reflects from the mirrors. That's also locked. That's a problem because the chain leads through here. So it seems we will have to use our map to be able to really follow these chains. Wait, this chain leads through there into the director's office. So which chain is this one? Wait, this is the chain I followed. Oh, that is the third chain. It's interesting that every chain is slightly different. This is spiked. But this one goes that way, so it returns to this place? Well, I guess we're going this way, following the pretty sounds. Okay. Not okay. Nothing on that side. I just hope they can move those wardrobes. That's logged, even though that does not mean it will remain logged. It's fascinating how the game makes the player walk through these corridors and listen to the radio, and even though there is no enemy directly endangering us, it is still plenty stressful to know that we are surrounded by enemies. It's so difficult to hit them just right. But I'm getting slightly better at it. Again, I have a bit more experience and practice with melee combat, since that doesn't cost us any bullets. Okay, this is empty-ish. I think this is the door that leads to the staircase. Yep, except it's closed. Oh! I looked at both corners just for that. And yet I managed to somehow walk right into this creature yet again. Okay, I tried to hide, it did not work. And I'm running out of bullets here, so Let's try to get this over with quickly. Drop the pipe. Wait, you have a pipe? Oh, this one was a normal version. Nurse. That sounds so strange, but I don't know how to call them. There's kind of the normal and the nightmare version. Bullets! Oh yes, 3 bullets. Well, that's enough for killing a nurse, if you can aim. And enough for maybe 1 headshot, if you can't, but you get lucky. What is this? Oh wait, it's the wall. Oh, I see. I thought it was something to do with the floor there. But you could see here for a moment. Yes, there's the chain. But we need a key. So, here we go. Letting all the creatures out. Now, I am honestly curious if someone can be clever enough to hurt some of those enemies through the cracks in the walls. But first, let's look around here as well. Same exact place and layout as in the real hospital. Now, when I first ended up in this nightmare realm, I thought that it was a mirrored version of the Woodside apartment, but I realized that it's a different building, and indeed it was the Blue Creek apartment or apartments, and that made me question my own theory about this realm being a separate one from the real world. But it seems that indeed we went from one world to the other, but there we also traveled from one location to the other, and that's why it wasn't so obvious. Now it is. Now I'm not sure what awaits us in there, but first I'm going to save. I am going to save because based on the noises, we are in for a good time. Don't be afraid of the save point, James. It's one of the rare things that hasn't tried to kill us. Well, yet. Alright, what will jump on me now? No! Haha! Oh, no, 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 no. For once, I was quick enough to realize that the best course of action against those acid pukers is to hit them on the ground. And I also realized just in time that they will turn into a fountain once defeated. This was a normal nurse, which made my job somewhat easier. I did learn from my previous encounters that 2 headshots and a few hits with the pipe is enough to defeat one of them. But that obviously does not mean that we are safe. You are never safe here. But we did get a trophy for breaking a few pieces of glass. I guess that counts the cabinets, the windows of cars and all that. And this is interesting because this needs to be used in another room, more specifically here. But before we jump into our next adventure, let's see what's here. I do admit that I got lucky with this fight in a way, because it allowed me to go back and create some safe distance. However, it is a really rewarding experience to notice how you are getting better at the game. As you fight, as you encounter the enemies, you learn how to deal with them, and that makes for a really fun gameplay experience. So the chain goes from the puzzle to here, but I feel like then it somehow comes back, goes through here, and goes to the director's office. So my best guess is that I will be able to explore this area around L3, the observation room, and maybe C5, because that is the one with the blocked but present doors, since the other ones are covered up with this tarp. And my guess is I will be able to find the key to the director's office in here, since this is the entire length of the chain. I will be brave and bold and not use a hell drink right away. The thing is, anything can be hiding in there, and I can't see a darn thing. Okay, what the heck was that? Okay. That's properly bad. This is 2-on-1. Oh, I didn't want to hit you. I'm kind of sorry. Not necessarily really, but again, you were not my target. I can hear something else, and I'm not happy about that. Oh, you are a normal one. Oh, I'm happy about that. Sorry. Ah! Why am I saying sorry when you are hitting me in the face with a pipe? I mean, I'm doing kind of the same thing, but come on. Oh, come on. Come on, James. What was that? Oh! James! Are you running out of stamina or something? Oh! Okay. We are not dead. And we got some shotgun shells. I mean, yeah, as I was running around, I had the fleeting thought of maybe I should be using shotgun shells here, but I have more medical items than ammunition, especially for the shotgun. I kind of used most of them up on the boss, and I don't feel bad about that, because that boss could have killed me rather easily. Yet indeed, that is the word with the emphasis. And this fight really nicely showed how running around is not necessarily a good idea, because you alert more enemies. We did interact with a radio like this in the real hospital. That emitted some unnerving sounds. He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. This patient, once again talking about him. I'm not sure who him is, but there, as in drag me there, might be this nightmare realm. And the wording is important here. Looking, staring. The third patient, the man was the one who said that he's looking at him, he's staring at him, and he wouldn't stop, so he made him stop. And he was the one who drew or painted the eye and hid the bracelet in another eye. So this might be that same patient. I won't let him take me. It's also interesting how those scribble marks surround tears in the paper. It looks like someone was scribbling so much that it tore through the page. I disagree, you are just a bad runner. Oh, I hate running. Oh, director's office key. As I said, we have the office key. Anyone around the corner? Oh, a photo. No one knows. 2. Wow. I think I have the first one. Maybe not, but this is the second. They are certainly not in order. Though they might tell a story in the order which they are numbered. But I have no clue what's depicted here. No one knows. That sounds like a hiding spot to me, but this is a corner? Why about this room? This room is special. This is C5. This is where Maria was sleeping in this very bed, or the real world version of it. Okay, who is breathing down my neck? It's rather annoying. Okay, so we followed the chain and we found the key. So let's go and see what is in the director's office. Oh, this is the door that I tried to open. Unfortunately, I don't think I will be able to open that shortcut. But even here you can see that the developers used a mix of already established mechanisms or mechanics with some of the shortcuts being doors or the wardrobes blocking the way. Sometimes you have to climb up. I run away from everything in Vintage Story. Well, yes, but that is a game about survival, and this is a game about facing horrors. Was this like this before? Yeah, I think it was. It was to a certain point. Because I've seen that hole, but I don't think I could get in here. Oh, it's raining outside. But this is interesting. Because even though this is in theory just another room, this hole is hidden behind the painting. Oh, wait. This is C1. This was the room of the third patient. And that is the eye symbol. But here it's more destroyed. And you can see through that into this room. I think it must be behind that picture frame because there is nothing else where it could be except maybe that. But that's too tiny for it. I think that is behind the picture frame. So I am on the right track with the 3 patients. Okay. Well, we don't have to go there. There's a ladder leading up. That will lead up to the 3rd floor chain box. Yes, that is what we are trying to unchain. This is where the safe was. There will be no pain anymore. Why do I think this is the same line written over and over again? No pain, no pain. Manic scribble. Even though it's not a scribble, it's written with a typewriter. Which is perhaps even more unsettling. There is a number 3 written here. Maybe my handwriting is like typewriter. That would be quite something. If you could write like a typewriter. But this is an interesting place because we could not reach this area or this room in the real world. However, it seems that we will have to go even further to unravel this chain. And unfortunately we are out of time for today. However, we did explore this entire floor. And even though we couldn't get to the end of any of the chains, I think we made some decent progress. So let's save here. And with, I think, 2 trophies, let's call it a day with 26 hours spent in the game so far. Or you could use stamps too, that's true. That would be clever. So let's see where we are in the game. Brookhaven Hospital Otherworld, 26%. Yes, indeed, we are not too far into that area. We have 11 trophies out of the 44, all 11 being bronze trophies, and we have an overall progression of 44% in the game. We are nearing the halfway point. And that is amazing because that means this game will be more than 50 hours long for me. Even though I miss certain areas, I do not look around everywhere. And even though yes, I do spend my time exploring and figuring out the puzzles and talking about things, that is still extremely long. So indeed, the 2 trophies we got was the Nightmare Fuel for defeating the Flesh Lip, fitting name, and Shattered, destroy 50 windows. Interestingly, the Shattered one is more common than the boss fight. So I guess people realize that you can break the windows of cars, and there are items hidden inside some of them before I did, but that's fine. Again, one of the things we can look out for in our replay or second playthrough of the game. But for now, let's focus on this first one. But with that said, it is time to raid. I have to say that I am thoroughly enjoying this game. I hope that my viewers can feel that in my voice and my anticipation for every Friday or Friday to arrive. And as much as things got a bit all over the place in the hospital, now I try to pay more attention to everything and find the hints and the items in the proper order. But that has been it for this week. I will be back next week. I'm not sure of the exact schedule just yet, but I will definitely be playing more Silent Hill 2 Remake next Friday. So if you are interested in that, please don't forget to tune in 1 week from now. Thank you, Zev. Those are lovely emoticons. But for now, let's raid. And today we are raiding Haya, an artist and voice actor who is celebrating their birthday. Well, happy birthday to Haya. Please, if you have a moment of time, say hello to him and wish him happy birthday. But this has been it for today. I have plenty of things to do this weekend, and perhaps I will be able to return to being a vampire for one last day on Monday. So please don't forget to follow me on Blue Sky or join my Discord server for my stream schedule and other news. But for now, thank you for watching, thank you for your support, have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.